working with you.
Thank you.
Well, as a computer man, I'd have to say the horse racing computer, but I'm interested to see the sex machine in operation.
And you.
Yes, I think Martin Crace and I can be pretty satisfied. It's a good day.
Next, we'll find out which stories are inspired by actual events and which are fabrications on Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction.
This is
If you guessed this story was true, you're wrong. We made this one up.
Time to take a deep breath and start the stream, I guess. Hey Core10K. Core10K says my favorite watch party game and show. Yeah, it is fun. It is fun showing off Beyond Belief to people who haven't seen it, and then like watching them just get usually pretty angry at how like at how rigged it is. My favorite bit is when there's stuff which is like very clearly made up, but it's technically true because someone, quote unquote, told Robert Traylands, their favorite author, that it happened. Yeah. Anyway. Let's go to... Oh, actually. Oh, Core10K. Robert Traylands. He has a Wikipedia page, and apparently he wrote... You won't believe this. Made a living writing, I guess, like, short pulp fiction stories. But in this particular instance, he wrote he wrote a book of supposedly true things that happened to people, and Dick Clark bought the rights, which I think is like the bulk of the screenplays on Beyond Belief are based, or at least the fake ones. Oh, sorry, no, the real ones are based on that compilation by Robert Traylands, which is anyway. That's neither here nor there. Okay, time for another stream. It's probably not going to be... Okay, so this is going to be another stream where I work on my adventure game / adventure game engine for MS-DOS and now the internet. A few things have happened since the last time that we came onto here. One is that I actually managed to playtest the browser version with a bunch of people on different mobile phones. It is playable, which is quite surprising. That also kind of revealed to me how much how many things I hadn't wired up. So I did kind of go through and I've been putting off writing placeholders for like every combination of actions because I knew that I would just be depressed at how many placeholders that I'd need to write, but it turned out not to be as bad as I was expecting. In fact, we can sort this out. We can look at the exact number. Okay, so this is the total number of speech lines in the game now. There's 517, and if we grep again for placeholder, $91. I can say with confidence that the game is 80-ish% written, if not more. So that is good. That is good news. Now, in terms of remaining work that needs to be done on the game, there are some animations which I still need to draw. There is one animation in particular that I kind of want to keep secret, and I can't do it on stream. So that's going to rely on my individual willpower to actually to knuckle down and draw that off stream. There is another animation for the introduction which requires me doing prep work, which I should have done last weekend, but I was just kind of cooked, and I could, I spent most of my time just doing like housework on the weekend. Oh, and study for something else. And then there are a couple of in-game sprites which I want to get knocked out today, which would be good. And then I want to revisit because a couple of streams ago we looked into writing some code that would allow kind of shaking objects. And like the more I think about it, there are like a couple of places in the game where I definitely want to be able to use that. So like to give a little bit of background, like old adventure game engines, like I'm thinking like the Scum engine and the Sierra Sky engine especially, they just have like a built-in command which would shake the screen up and down or left and right, depending on which one you do. And then, occasionally like bits of the game would use that. And I believe that feature was also replicated in Adventure Game Studio, but it didn't I guess the downside of doing it that way is that it was literally just it does it by kind of trickery. It moves the screen buffer physically up and down or left and right, which then means you don't have the option of, like, say, shaking the entire room, but keeping all the stuff that's in the, like, the GUI layer stable. Coordinate case is like a dampening function? Sort of, yeah. So, for what, I don't know, for what I would like to add to this engine, it would be, so we basically go, let's call it a displacement layer. Because if I go into boot.lua, which contains all of the actual game engine code, and we go move to move, what did I call it? Yeah, okay. So we have a movement layer, which is available through move object and move object relative, and that's basically allows you to do kind of motion tweens between 2 points. So, like, if I were to start up the game engine, the asteroids floating past the window, that's just like a linear motion tween between 2 points. And, hang on. More ash. Okay, this intro scene is basically just me using a motion tween on the camera. We can then go out to the main hall and, like, just wait for a couple of seconds. There we go, one motion tween, 2 motion tweens. But yeah, it means that, like, in the engine we basically just tell... Yeah, we just tell it to like, take this object, move it from point A to point B over this amount of time using this timing function. Oh yeah, the bottom menu has got a non-linear one, a non-linear tween. I can't remember which one we used, but, like, it's got, like, the nice kind of ease in. I think that's it, like the equivalent of ease in JavaScript. And that's all well and good, but now what I really want is something that allows an object to remain in exactly the same spot. Sorry, I'm just going to turn that audio down. I want something that allows the object to remain in exactly the same spot, but then I can add, like, an additional displacement to it. And then that way I'd be able to, like, show... I don't know, the example I have in mind is... Let me just pick up the Stein. We have this coffee machine here. I would like to put the Stein underneath this coffee machine and then have it vibrate around a bit to indicate that we're receiving, you know, the coffee is getting into it. I would also love to know why the Pipewire audio driver is just so crispy crackly. Like, if I change the pulse, it's fine. There are no problems with crackling or buffer overruns or anything like that. But the Pipewire driver, kind of terrible with that. Yeah, so ideally the Stein would go into here, and then we can just have it, like, start vibrating in all directions, and then, like, adjust that over time so that we start off with, like, a little bit of vibration, gets really... And we can also have the screen vibrating. Hello James Nico. How's it going? Critiquing convex architecture. That is fascinating. Tell me all about what you were doing. How are you doing? How was your stream? We are just in the middle of... Oh, here we go. James Anker said, I am heard vibrating in all directions. I am so down. Let's go. Now, I was just describing about the feature that I really wanted to add tonight, which is a kind of localized displacement feature. So this is the game engine that I've put together, which is... it can run in MS-DOS. I'm not running the DOS version at the moment, but it's all designed for, like, DOS hardware constraints. So it's got VGA graphics, OPL music, PC speaker sound effects. Thank you very much for the follow, Dark Shadow the Third. It is good to have you on board. But what I was kind of wishing for is, like, I'll give you an example. So we have motion tweens in the engine. So, like, you may have just seen the rock that was gone past the window. That was a motion tween. There we go. Second motion tween is that comet that just went past. That's just placing, like, you know, telling an object to go from, like, point A to point B, and then interpolate between those over a period of time. But what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to go to an object and say, okay, remain in exactly the same spot, but then add in some kind of localized vibration in either like 1D or 2D, and then I could, you know, you can either apply it to individual objects in the scene or to the camera, which would then shake the camera. So the thing that we would need to do is add some more hooks, I think, into the engine to allow for that additional kind of like displacement function, similar to what we've got going on for moving the object around. And then after that, I think that's all we have to do. We have to, oh, that's right, I need to wire it up to a random noise source, which was the other thing I was looking into. Oh, James Nicker says was playing Oni from 2001. Interesting. I've not played that game. Tell me more. Tell me more about it. Anyway. But in terms of, yeah, Game Engine is kind of looking... apart from that one feature, I'd say that we're pretty much almost there in terms of features. Like, picking up items is fine. Downgrading the colors, also good. Oh, very recently I went in... Well, I'll just turn on bad graphics mode. But I just went through every single combination of actions and put in placeholders. So now if I try and like rub the stone on the instrument bank door, it tells me that I need to write some text in there. So at last count we're at yeah, we just did a count and there was like 500 lines in the game and I still need to write about 94 of them. So I'd say that's not too bad for... I don't know, I was for a very long time I was putting off doing the placeholder exercise because I thought, I'm gonna hate to learn how bad things are. Oh, Stefan Mashishin says, wow, I haven't looked at Lua since... Oh wait, earlier this year. It's so charming. I know it, yeah, like initially I was skeptical. Like I'm a hardcore user of Python, and like whenever my initial looking at Lua was like, there are bits of, like, this is weird, like it's, you know, it's indexed from 1 and it's got like all these kind of weird quirks. But having now written an engine which is like a bit of C attached to a lot of Lua, I was like, okay, Lua is great. The more, you know, the more Lua I write, the less C I have to write, and that is only ever a good thing. So yeah, like this is, yeah, some odd quirks, but it's quite nice. It's quite minimal yet nice is how I would describe it. Definitely like nothing has been like a deal breaker so far with Lua. Oh, James Necker says, Oni is a third-person punch-and-shoot 'em up by Bungie. Quite a unique game, really. Kind of an anime look and feel to the character design. Yes. Okay, that's where I remember it from. Oh, and thank you very much for the follow, Sinning Stan. good to have you on board. Oh wait, I've got to change the graphics back. Yeah, I definitely... I think I might have like got a... This is showing my age, but like back when you could still get like printed CDs full of pirated material, I think I got one which had like the Oni box art prominently on the cover, and I think my computer was too slow to run it at the time. James Necker says, quirky, but yes, I begin to like Lua after modding the crap out of my World of Warcraft UE. It's definitely kind of the lingua franca for game scripting, and honestly, I can understand why. And yeah, this game engine was designed... I did kind of like nick a whole bunch of ideas that LucasArts used for the Scum engine and for Grim, which is... or Grime, sorry, which is the Grim Fandango engine. And the latter was one of the first well-known games which used Lua. And it's quite... and yeah, like, it was quite interesting to learn that when they, you know, the main difference between like stock Lua and the one in Grime is that they added in basically coroutines, which is now just a standard feature of Lua 5.4. So it turned out I didn't have to do very much in the way of modding at all to get, you know, cooperative multitasking, which is quite nice. Sitting Sand says, I came in with James Neko, but I am lurking and working. The CGA palette got my attention. Yeah, so one of the earlier features that we've added into this is, I mean, all the graphics assets are stored as paletted 256 colors, which are, you know, mapped to VGA or, you know, PC mode 13H VGA. But behind that, there is a remapper, so for any color on the palette, you can basically program it to be a dithering pattern of 2 other colors. And that is what this EGA and CGA driver is based on. So EGA, I'd say what you see here is like a mixture of like hand optimizations and just default paletting. Like the background, the starry background, I think is the default palette, or the default dither pattern. But if we look at common, which I think is where I put all the dithering hints in, yeah, you can see it's basically me going through each of the colors in the palette and adding in like a pattern which I thought looks good. And that you know, that's not too big a deal because this game supports hot reloading. I just have to push Control R and then it will just reload every single Lua script in the game. And then on top of that, we have CGA, which is pretty much the same dithering hints as the EGA rule, except I changed it, I made it so each room has a, I mean, like in CGA you're allowed 6 different palettes of, you know, like primary colors, and then you could use the overscan color to pick what is normally black. So all of these are valid CGA palettes that you get moving between rooms, which I thought was, and like honestly, yeah, I'm really happy with how expressive it is.
Your seatbelts.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Stardrop Thistledown, great name. Good to have you around. One sec. So yeah, this. So just to what was I about to say? So the engine that I'm currently using here, or rather like the copy that I'm using here is just a normal SDL application, but there is a DOS backend, so which was the initial one that I wrote. So you can just open up DOSBox and it will play the game in DOS. And also, yeah, it's been nice, I guess, like, designing this for, I don't know, the specifications of a DOS machine, because then it means, you know, it's been quite, it's pretty lightweight. Like, the entire game, as it is, can fit on a floppy disk. And, also because there's an SDL backend, can run in a web browser, which has been pretty good. Oh, Sitting Stan says, I tend to stick to one CGA palette per game to give each game a distinct look, but my original intent was to switch palettes in-game. I mean, yeah, like the, yeah, what was I gonna say? Sitting Stan, were you the one who wrote that, that library specifically for, like, using the proper CGA, like, using the CGA card in code? Because I'm not gonna lie, like, what we're seeing here now, this isn't, I'm not actually, oh yes, you did write CGA lib, amazing. So, like, at the moment, I'm gonna, mea culpa, this isn't actually EGA, this isn't actually CGA, this is just me doing the palette, you know, switching the palette in VGA. There is nothing stopping writing a EGA or a CGA output drive, it's more just, I want to release the game, and it was, like, a massive... Still, yeah, I was a little traumatized writing VGA mode Y code. Like, I can show you my horrible VGA renderer. So like, here's the image blitter. We're using mode Y, which basically means there are four, it's using all 4 planes of the VGA memory, and it is using 2 frame buffers and flipping between them, which then means every piece of code has to like pick the right, I don't know, pick the right plane offset in order for it to appear on the screen properly. So it's more comments than code, because otherwise I would have no idea what any of this stuff is about. Stefan Matisham says, DOS or web browser is the cross-platform dev pattern we need to see more of. Yeah, I honestly, like, I was dreading... One of the things I was dreading about this project was, like, I don't know, learning how to, like, properly cross-compile to Windows and Mac, and then releasing them in a way, and then, like, having, feedback on them, and then I was thinking, like, hang on a second, if I could just make this run in the web browser, then you get every platform, pretty much. You get Windows, you get Mac, and yeah, and web browsers on phones too. I did like, I don't know, the user interface, and this is very simple. It is basically left mouse click is interact, right mouse click is examine, and escape is skip cutscene. So I've rigged the engine so that if it detects a touch event, it will then instead give, a tap becomes use, and a long press becomes look, and skipping we haven't figured out how to shim yet. I think I'll just add like a button on the web page or something. But yeah, I did, like, on the weekend I was testing it with some friends on all their phones, and it seemed to work pretty well, which is kind of cool. Setting Stan says, also the DOSBox license allows redistribution as part of other projects, so you can package a DOS game for easy installation on Windows and Mac. That is interesting. I will admit that, like, the native code version of my current engine does use the DOSBox OPL3 driver and the DOSBox PC speaker driver, which I have kind of isolated and updated to run there, and it is slightly better because I don't know, because like basically with the DOS code here, all of the music playback and sound effect playback is being directed by the system timer, which we patched to run at 1000 Hertz. So it's okay, it's close enough, but it's not perfect. Whereas the SDL version of the engine, we can do cycle counting, so we just run both the OPL emulator and the PC speaker emulator at a fixed number of samples, and then you can buffer sound effect playback and stuff back through that. Sitting Stan says, I tried to do native Windows using SDL2, but SDL2 fought me so much that I gave up on that idea. Oh man, that's... yeah, the last time I tried to do like cross-compiling on Windows, or just native compiling on Windows with like MSys to shim over all the POSIX stuff, it was kind of wasn't very fun. So yeah, but other than that, like, we've got most of like the comforts of a modern engine. Like, we are using FizzFS for the file system layer, which then means that we don't have to worry about like, if you're developing a game, you can have stuff like long file names and you just chuck them all in a zip file, and the engine just works with that. As for like how we managed to make that work with Lua and such, don't worry about it. Don't just whatever you do, don't look too closely at what I had to do to make Lua understand FizzFS. But it's fine. This is all fine. Oh yeah, I mean, like, okay, in my defense, this is better than it was. By doing it this way, like, previously, it would just kind of, like, redefine the definition of file, and then other stuff which was expecting actually that type would break, or break silently. But whereas now, by doing it this way, it tells me there's a type mismatch if there is a file system function that I've forgotten to macro patch. But the upside of that is then I can just say, you know what, if you want to open a file, just use the Lua API, and it should work with stuff in the archive too, because it's all it's PhysFS, which, what do you call it? It's the POSIX file API that's being shimmed by PhysFS, which is then being shimmed by me pretending to be the POSIX file API again. Which, I mean, okay, on the surface sounds insane, but it's fine. It works great. I'm not even mad that I had to emulate weird stuff like unget in order to not make Lua break. It's much better than the alternative, which was basically ripping apart Lua to try and replace all the file system calls, which would then make it essentially very difficult to upgrade. Oh, Sitting Stan says, I now have a native Linux X11 build for debugging purposes, but it is not good enough for release. Oh, really? Is this for another custom kind of game engine type thing? Yeah, I've not really... Because, my intention with this is to release... So I'm going to release the engine, Parenti, and the game that I'm making, War on Ash, both as open source, so that it's possible for, I guess, people to build their own games with this, and also just so that they have a nice kind of point of comparison. But yeah, it's it's going to be a pain to... At some point I'm going to have to have an answer for okay, how do you build this on Windows and Mac? As much as I want to put it off, I've just succeeded for a while not having to think about that. Okay. Now, where were we? So I think maybe to warm up we should do a bit of pixel art. Then we might move on to the coding problems. I think, okay, let me just quickly check that I've wired up all the hotspots in this room. Okay, yep. Yep. Grating. I have not wired up grating, which I'm going to have to do. Yep. Did that. Okay, I've not wired up grating, and I have not wired up the hole in the steam pipe. I see. Stefan Madisham says, Windows runs DOSBox, doesn't it? Job done. I'm tempted maybe for the release of the engine to just release the two official platforms are a DOS.exe and a WASM/HTML file. That would simplify everything, and then basically just say, just either run it in DOS or run it on itch. Those are your choices. If you want to compile it on, Windows, Mac, Linux, knock yourself out. But the one downside of doing it that way is that... Actually, no. I was going to say the one downside of doing it that way is that maybe it makes dev harder, but really you could just use the DOS one. DOS one's fine. DOS one won't screw you over that much. Cynic Stan says, it just emulates a CGA screen in an X11 window, but it doesn't cope with redrawing when the window is obscured, etc. I wrote it so I could debug with Linux tools like GDB and Valgrind to find the numerous memory allocation and access errors I always make in my C code. Oh yeah. For me... I would say for the first half of this project, I was trying to tough it out and say, I'm gonna, it's it builds character. It builds character just forcing yourself to use C in freaking DOSBox, which has, I don't know, just not very good debugging support. And then, at some point, I came to my senses and realized, what am I doing? Just make a Linux version, and then, true to form, as soon as I did that and turned on, Address Sanitizer, then it was like, oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of places where I screwed up, and it just kept on chugging because DOS allows you to get away with murder, or rather, sorry, DOSBox can allows you to get away with murder as soon as you go onto like real hardware, which I've tried. Then all of a sudden everything starts going crashing down. Like there was like a whole 2-month period where the timer driver was just utterly broken under pure DOS. It was working fine in DOSBox, and it was mostly working under Windows 95 and 98. But real DOS was just causing it to like hang in the worst possible way. And then eventually found out that it was the Microsoft mouse driver, which had like a busy loop in it where it waited for one, like there was like a magic piece of BIOS memory which goes up whenever there's a tick, and it was waiting for that piece of memory to go up by 1 tick, and that would never happen because our timer runs at 1000 hertz, and I have to shim the original DOS timer, which runs at I think 18.2 hertz, or else like the system clock goes 55 times quicker, and stuff like that. Sin Instant says, as far as I can tell, Open Whatcom's debugging facilities don't support 16-bit real DOS mode at all. One project of mine ground to a halt with all the crashes, which is why I went down the Linux and X11 route. Oof, yeah. Like, Solidarity, I could never... if it's not obvious, I'm just using 32-bit and DJGPP, mostly because, again, like, portability was a big concern, and 16-bit DOS mode, I would go mad or start smashing things up. But, yeah. Obviously, to, like, I've also kind of, like, taken a big cop out by saying, oh, most people are going to try and run this on Pentium, so technically it's fine if it runs on a Pentium. Which, you know, obviously kind of, if you're going for, like, lower-end hardware, that can be a bit problematic. So, yeah. I think, but yeah, again, my thinking is, for the initial release, it's fine if it runs on a Pentium, and there's probably ways of making the renderer faster, eventually for, like, 486. I just have not, got around that. Oh, Game Dev Jeff says, I'm testing on a real 486 DX2 at the moment, and have my first real hardware-only bug. Never happens in DOSBox. Oh, exciting. Are you doing, like, timer patching stuff? That... I will say the one nice thing about, DOSBox is you can just, in the config file, say, I would like a null modem cable attached to COM4, and expose it as Telnet. So, this is a Lua debug console running inside DOSBox, and I can now just print out stuff like ash. Oh wait, okay. It's gonna just print out everything because ash is attached to a lot of other objects. But if you go like ash.x, ash.y, and then I start moving across the screen like this. Yeah, so we kind of like run a debug shell kind of like in the off cycles between rendering frames, which is kind of nice. Sitting Stan says, my target platform is the original IBM XT, so I stick with C. I really should learn assembly language as I am currently limited to turn-based genres. And Stefan Madison says, Game Dev Jeff, so cool that you still have that. I had one as a kid. It's long gone now. And then James Ecker says, yes, the virtual serial port is great. I use that for my Gorillas.bas hack. Tell me more about this Gorillas.bas hack. Was this for like some kind of multiplayer? I don't know. Yeah. But I will say that currently this debug console is a DOS exclusive feature. I have not added a way of accessing it in the STL version yet. I probably should wire it up to SDL's network. I'm pretty sure SDL has like got networking built into SDL3 now. But I should, yeah, expose it like that, I think. But for now, this is... Oh, James Decker says, I link it to my Twitch bot so I can play with chat. That is pretty banging. I like that. I like that a lot. Much easier than like trying to shim the DOS emulator itself, which is that way madness lies. Okay, so let's go back to, what have we got? So little bits of art that I need to do. We've got the close-up of the coffee machine, we've got the close-up of the mug. I do need to, this is going to be a spoiler to one of the more obvious puzzles in the game. I need to draw some tape on this hole. So yeah, a couple of sprites for that, which then make it possible to placeholder of some other stuff. Yeah, that's the main thing. Let's knock those out, and then we'll do the displacement. Oh wait, no, there was an animation I was working on last time, which is pretty much almost done, which was like, which was wielding the wrench. I want to get the wrench wielding animation done as well. So, just open up our graphics editor. Shut that down. Also, one of these. Hang on. One of these windows has got all of the chiptune. Hopefully I didn't shut it. Okay, it's not that one. Definitely not that one. This one maybe? Nope. Oh, okay. Maybe I shut it down. That's okay. We'll make a new window. Browse. Just playing random tracks from the Sharp X68000 music library. Get as many weird copyright claims as possible. Oh, this is new. Why not use the 32-bit installation? It cannot support 64-bit applications. It's not a 64-bit application though. Look at this. It's P32. Oh no. I updated Wine before the stream and maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe this is a mistake. Cannot support 64-bit applications. Why not just set to Win32, but this is not supported in WoW 64 mode? Okay, something's changed. I'm not sure I like it. Either like the Arch packaging for Wine has changed, but this could be a problem. I know that oh no, don't. Okay. I know that Fedora was like hemming and hawing about removing 32-bit mode, but did Arch do it? This looks new. Did you read the news on the front page? Here we go. We get to learn about this live. Transition to the new WoW 64 1-on-1 staging. Okay. Removes the dependency in the multi-lib repository. If you're facing issues with 32-bit prefixes, please recreate this and install the application. Okay, existing 32-bit prefixes need to be recreated. Oh crap, that's right. I didn't actually post on socials that I was going to be here, but that's okay. What has wine got to say for itself? Okay, all transitions from Windows to Unix code go through the syscall interface. All modules that call a Unix library contain WoW64 thunks to enable calling the 64-bit Unix library from 32-bit code. Okay, that's pretty good. So we no longer need 32-bit libraries to run 32-bit apps. So, alright, I guess we'll find out if my image editor works. I love finding out these things. It's great. Oh man, okay. Oh crap. I did a bunch of things, didn't I, to make the other one work. Oh no. Now I gotta remember what they are. That's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a big problem. Like there were library overrides and stuff. Oh my god, alright. But on the bright side, I didn't change too many things. Or rather, like the only thing that's running in this prefix is LikeCube, so we should be able to see the combination of treachery that we did in order to make this work. Okay, so according to this, the only thing I added to Winetricks was Windows Codex. Okay. Tricks. Windows Codex. Warning, you appear to be using Wine's new WoW 64 mode. Hey, okay, great. Stefan Madison says, all my wine prefixes are a mess, and I'm glad I'm not the only one. Okay, so that installed the Windows codecs. Like, the issue that I was having with LikeCube, which needed intervention, was that it uses the Windows system library for loading PNGs. So if you ever, like, import image data using the import window thing, it just flat out wouldn't work. So we'll just change this to LC2. Okay, well, we got a window. And okay. Oh yeah, of course it wouldn't remember any of my my last opened because it's a different prefix. But let's go to originals, reactor room. Okay, that seems to be okay. But now if I, like, import an image as a layer... And then we just import this for a test. Yeah, okay, it's not registered. That's gonna be an issue. Because I kind of need that. Yeah, I need that feature to be working because I use it for importing rotoscoping images into the animation editor. So I gotta remember how I did it. Okay, like there's some DLL you have to import. What was this? Okay. Oh, that's right, I'm running. Okay, there's an issue for this. Bug tracker. Okay, saving works. Okay, no, that's unrelated. Okay, this is ActiveX. Okay, maybe that's the wrong hash. Online service, a shell browser. Okay, so I just straight up try and open a PNG file. Yeah, we get nothing. Because it tries to... This is the class, not EO7. WIC PNG decoder number 2. Install Windows Imaging Component Wine. Is Wick something that's on Winetricks? Alright, okay, get out of here. No. Okay, so if you install an application... Actually, no. Get out of here. DLLs. Tell me all the DLLs you know about. Okay. Okay, no, Windows Codex is the one. So I think it's just a case that we just need to register the library, I think, for it to show up. Because that's how COM works. Like COM, I don't know. With COM DLLs, my understanding is that you don't have to ever link stuff at link libraries at runtime. Instead, you have a GUID, which is guaranteed unique for that library, and then you basically have some code generation thing which introspects what that library offers, and then I don't know. It's a massive pain in the ass to reverse engineer usually, but in this case, wine LC2. So we just added like a shirtload of DLLs for this stuff. At least I thought I did. Oh, here we go, like Windows Codex X, and WMPhoto.dll. I think these are ringing a bell. I think these are the ones that we need to patch. Reg SVR32. I think, yeah, that command still works. And then we just add in. Okay, DLL reg, okay, that's not the right one. Okay, that's also not the right one. There we go. Successfully registered WMPhoto. I think that might be the one which has the symbol that we need. Ah, crap. No. Change my mind. Okay, and then I try and open the cursor.png again. Okay, no, it's still cooked. Because it's still... So I've not registered the correct DLL yet. But someone out on the internet must be able to tell me which DLL is the magic one that I need. Come on. You're telling me that no one has never come across this before. Actually, what am I doing? I've got the answer right here. I've got the answer in the old wine LC. Because like these reg files, these are the registry. So it should follow that at least one of these accursed things should have this thing in it. Okay. As for whether it will tell me anything useful, that is another open question. Windows Codex.dll. Okay, why did I could have sworn I tried that. Wait, what? Left server 32, influx server 32. I don't understand why that didn't work. Oh, for real? Really like this? Wine, wow. 64. Okay. Alright, well... I think we can struggle on without this particular feature, but... I don't like this. I don't like that, all of a sudden... that registration thing no longer works. It's probably a harbinger of worse problems. Anyway. Not much we can do about it now. So... get some reference imagery. Stefan Madisham says you could always check the names in the DLL to see if it does indeed have DLL register server. It must, because... Hang on. Ah, right, but it's a symbol though. I don't think it, I don't think it would show up. No, you're right. You're right, it should be there. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I must have done it because... Okay, anything else that I've done here? Okay. Hang on. maybe my problem is that I'm running it with the wrong if I'm running it with like the wrong operating system, maybe it's defaulting to like Windows 10 or something as and that could be throwing it. Okay, lightcube.exe. Did I put in a custom rule referring to lightcube? No, I did not. Alright. Oh well. That's just something that I will have to live with. Do we have some reference imagery of I guess we don't. I guess we don't. What? I mean, we can. Yeah, that's good enough. Oh yeah, and I should probably also open the inventory. Alright. So this is the icon for plastic wrap. So I guess it... But given that we are kind of wrapping it around this pipe here, I think it makes sense to use this paler set of colors. I don't know. Let's just try something and see if it looks any good. Okay, and then I guess we would have actually would it be like this? Okay. This is going to be kind of a challenge to make look coherent, I think. Would it be easier to just cross-hatch it like this? That looks crap. Okay, maybe Okay. So we have like a transparency kind of layer here, and then maybe over this kind of bit we have like deformations because of the hole. Okay. Maybe the trick is just using darker shades so it doesn't quite look as bad. Whoop. Put it like this. And I guess in the middle where the light reflects more. Add a little bit of this. A little bit too even now. Alright, maybe cross-hatch pattern for like the bit inside the hole, and then just kind of like individual little kind of deformations at the edges. Yeah, that seems good enough. Alright, that's one layer, and then on top of that we need to go back. Originals tape. Oops, no, it's going to be slightly offset. Actually, no, I should use flat bands because in EGA mode it'll complain if I put too much dithering in there.
Listen and try it with the musical drum key.
Ooh, thank you very much for the follow. RTVRVO? Hopefully I got that right. Sorry, I was squinting. Oh yeah, good to have you around. Oh my god, alright. Alright, this kind of looks a bit... Oh, no, okay, I've got the pattern around the wrong way. Okay. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Move this closer to the business end of what I want to work with. Okay, so then... This is probably gonna look a little silly, but then again, that's the game. That's basically what the game's gonna be about. Alright, oh wait, no, that's too high. I'm just gonna go here. This music is incredible. What is this? Oh, it's from the ending of Super Street Fighter 2. Bit of tape on a pipe. we wrap this final bit up, how does that look from a distance? That looks alright. That looks alright. Maybe just a tad more green here. Maybe like just a little bit more skew here with the orange. Yeah, that doesn't look alright. That looks alright. Alright. So we go split, wrap. Oh crap, okay, that's in. Come on. Alright, that's pretty good. Alright, another little thing that I wanted to add while I'm here is I mean, we take this climbing tape in order to do some impromptu repairs, but in order to make the ship feel like a more lived-in place, I would like a couple places to just, out of apropos of nothing, have bits of rainbow tape on them to signify that this isn't the first time we've you know, we've gone for that particular quick fix. And so I'd like at least one place in this room, and then maybe one place in the bridge. Maybe one or two. Just something you can catch. I'm thinking maybe one of these cables going down into the reactor core could have a bit of tape on them. There is also what have we got? Anyway, why don't we, let's try sketching it, and then, because ideally I don't want it to be too intrusive, so that people are like, why isn't that clickable? But I did pick a very loud color palette for the tape, so that could be impossible. Oh, equals 03 says, what about in the blue pipe with the funnel? That's actually a good idea. Because that's more likely to get wear and tear, isn't it? Why don't we try that? Why don't we try adding a little mod there? So, move this to here. I don't know, maybe... Okay. Maybe it's on more of a diagonal rather than a straight line. Hard to do with only like 3 pixels apart with that. So maybe that's like a little more recognizable as some tape that's been crudely crudely applied to the area. And maybe like a bit of this. Okay, if I want to take this, move it up by 1. Okay. I think that that's pretty recognizable as coming from this, right? And by virtue of being further away, then it's okay if the colors kind of blend together a little bit. Alright, so that's good. Save. And then if we open up the bridge scene. Oh, that's right, I turned off all the layers so I could capture that. So I'm gonna turn them all back on again. Honestly, yeah, I think I mean, maybe I should look into like picking another image editor, because this has been okay, but it's not. There have been certain flaws about it. Are there any updates? No, there aren't. Like, I can't use this palette toolbox on the left-hand side because it screws up too often. Which is why I just kind of have like swatches on the image, which I sample from. Oh, that's right, I've got all these different layers for the lights on the panels. Yeah, this is just way too many layers. But alright, that's mostly everything. Okay, so I need another tape image of this. Yeah, there we go. That's... It's pretty nice. Could add like a little, you know, remove a couple of pixels to imply lumpiness. Okay. Now we just need to do a different pattern for the one underneath. Okay, so... God, what is this? Alright.
Good day, sir.
Yeah, crushing ceiling. Alright. We're just doing a little bit of tape drawing here.
Yeah, look.
Oh, you take it back now, do you? Well, fine, I suppose. this we just did in rainbow order, so we'll just start this one, I guess, with... Okay, no, we started that one with blue. And I guess it means red. Let's do basic and start with red. Okay. That's alright. Just a little bit Nice. Alright. I wonder how they're going to look in EGA. Or CGA for that matter. Alright, so that's one asset that I needed. Okay, now other places to put the tape. I reckon on one of these seats. Again, like, I don't know if it'll kind of look weird or not. And just maybe a patch on this chair. Tape layer, it was, yeah, panel repair, okay. Sort of works. And it might be difficult to visually pass as a repair to the chair. Is my concern. If I were to move this to here. I don't know, what do you think, chat? If you have like two chairs and one of them's just got like this kind of rainbow sticker on it, does that look like an attempt to fix the chair? Is there a more prominent place of the chair where I should probably put it if I wanted to indicate that? What if I try moving it to the headrest? Okay, equals said I'll put on the structure and the material. That's probably a good point. If I crammed in like one more color in there. Maybe that will solve my problems. No, I don't know. Not, maybe the chair is in the right spot. Because, like, the two reasons I could think that tape would be on something in this area. One would be to hold something together, the other would be to safeguard against a rough edge. Maybe this area doesn't need it. Could wrap it around like the base of the chair. Our crushing ceiling says, I was gonna say the first position seemed okay, looked like a patch repair kind of detail. Yeah, that's what I was going for, because like I think that like the putting a bit of tape on it on a hole in a seat cover, that makes sense to me. Hey Busy Mo, yes, we're working on a point and click game. Currently just kind of like adding a few details to this scene, but I can quickly show you in the engine, hang on. So this is, sorry, development. So this is a game engine that runs in both DOS and in a web browser natively using STL3. But yeah, we're just in the process of putting together a simple 3-room test game. So we've got this room here, which is the bedroom. We have this room here, which is, I guess, like a bridge area. And then this third room in here, which is a reactor area. And then on top of that, like, this particular game engine uses the OPL3 sound chip from DOS and the PC speaker, and you can change the graphics to downgrade to either EGA or CGA. Busybo says, looks great, when is the Android port coming? So, funny you should talk about the Android port. The plan is, like, this runs fine in a phone web browser. I've tested it now on, like, multiple people's phones. So the intention would basically be just, like, for, I don't know, initially it would be basically, like, just, you know, just visit this itch.io page and play the game in your browser. Because it is basically feature complete for that. There is, like, the engine is going to be open source, so there is nothing stopping people from, like, making their own, build. Yes, so, yeah, exactly, WebGL. So the thing we're seeing here now is a VGA driver that I wrote in C, but the STL version uses the STL3 renderer backend, which is backed by default with WebGL, and therefore it's quite fast. Kinnico says, I hope people use this for December this year. This is, I mean, is there a game jam component to December? I thought it was mostly people just like playing DOS games. Busyguy says, how do you render it in DOS? So I can quickly show you. So most of this engine is written in Lua. This is essentially like a very small C engine with, and like all the business logic for like actually running the adventure game is written in Lua. But on the back end, we have, like, I've made like this very basic driver portability interface. So like there's, you know, this driver interface for like just the application in general, the timer, getting stuff from the keyboard and mouse, the serial port, which is what I use for debugging in DOS, the OPL chip, this PC speaker, and the video card. And so all it takes to run in both is basically just, I have like a piece of DOS code, for instance, for the video driver, which talks to, you know, manipulates the VGA registers to get mode Y and draw to the area in DOS memory which has like the VGA buffer. And then because the engine code only ever calls like these driver functions, I can also have an SDL equivalent. So like here's the VGA driver. You can see here that it will like access the DOS, you know, it calls int 10h to set mode 13, which is like the basic VGA. Then it does a bunch of port instructions to flip to mode Y, and then the blitter does all this crazy stuff so that we have like, because yeah, essentially like if you use mode Y, then it means you have to have like, you get double buffering, which means you have 2 different copies of the screen in memory, and you just, you know, while one is drawing to the screen, you can then draw to the other in memory. So that gives you like a lot more time to register, but the downside is you have to do all this crazy math in order for that to work with the VGA hardware. But by contrast, in SDL, I don't going to do anything near that complicated. I can just use, so like blit. So like the SDL blitter is basically just, you know, get a SDL texture and then blit that to the main frame buffer, which is crazy simpler. Busymo says, but is making it fun? It's been quite enjoyable. I've been kind of, this has been like both an effort to try and push myself in making an actual engine for DOS, obviously, but also just making a game and shipping it from start to finish, and that's been a fun creative exercise. So like I could not do pixel art before I started this project, and I just kind of forced myself to do it on stream until it looked okay. And honestly, I'm quite happy with the results here. So, but yeah, the aim is that hopefully in the next month or so, we should be able to wrap up development on this and release the engine and the game for anyone to try out. But yeah, I'm glad that I did it. Yeah, as I said, I've learned a lot about engine dev and drawing and composing and pretty much everything else that has gone into making this. But we're now, yeah, we're just kind of like in the final stretch now of like filling in all the blanks which I have put off until now. So, you know, that includes like drawing some bits which are required for puzzle solutions and adding little bits and pieces here and there. Crushing Ceiling says, it's been super fun and interesting to watch this whole journey, that's for sure. I'm glad you think so. I mean, yeah, I'm glad that people enjoy watching this. This is more... A large part of this is streaming. Some of this is just for peer pressure purposes, if that makes sense. Like, I definitely suffer from the issue of when I'm not good at something, I will just kind of freeze up and then just like ruminate on the best way of going about doing things rather than just doing it a bunch of times. So being kind of like, so like drawing all these backgrounds, for instance, would have taken much, much longer if I had not done them on stream. Kimiko says, sometimes this is a lot nicer to watch than the unfortunate nonsense of director games. Would you say that's because it's just just because director games can tend towards like upsetting or weird, or more just down to it's not fun watching me like go, oh god, I have to like rewrite the logic for mouse overs in order for this one scene to work properly? And yeah, that's like another case of like, if I stream it, then I kind of block out time in my week so that I always work a little bit on something that I want to get done. And yeah, that's generally, I find that useful. Kineko says, I hate seeing you have to go through weird institutionalized racism, no thanks to my dumb country. Yeah, it's... I mean, let me be frank. I'm from Australia. We we are also pretty rife with institutionalized racism, as evidenced by the weird plate game, which they decided to, I don't know. Let's not talk about the plate game again. That was just weird and upsetting. But honestly, though, I think it's important to be able to kind of critique these things and also to be able to, kind of, like, so far, I don't think well, okay, I was gonna say, with maybe one exception, I don't regret having worked on any of those games in Director. Like, it's been good to add them. The one game I regret so far is Pissed, because Pissed is awful. It's just really joyless. I mean, I hope they had a fun time making it. It seems like John Goodman did, but yeah, just like the parody interactive stuff is it just makes me exhausted. Kinnigo says, I don't think any of the parody interactive tiles are particularly good. No, I would concur with that view. They inexplicably had a lot of money to do it, and they did not stick the landing at all. It's just, yeah. Just boring more than anything else. Boring and uninspired. Okay. Where did... Power panel, knife switch... Ah, crap. Where did I put the wiring? The scrolling on this layers panel is subpar. I'll say that much. Position back. Service panels, okay, panel repair. That's the one. Maybe if I put it here and then erase like this bit so that kind of wraps around and it looks more like a piece of tape. Yeah, okay. I think that's not too bad. Because you've got this other chair here to visually compare with, and... hopefully it makes sense because you picked up the tape earlier and it's got like a particularly distinctive color scheme. Just one bit of tape. I think more would kind of look a bit jarring. Okay, so now I got to export these so that we can then put them in the engine. And that's a painful process, actually. Something I don't like about this image editor is that there's no like if only there was a way of just being able to like right click on like one layer and say export that. Like that would solve so many issues. Turn that off, turn that off, turn that off. Oh my god, there are so many. Why did I make so many? What is wrong with me? I don't know, like, what's that other pixel editor that everyone seems to use? Like... Basically, if anyone wants to recommend like a pixel image editor which has the ability to export every layer to a different frame, I'm all upon. So I will try it because yeah, I'm not particularly like wedded to any feature in here. Kinnigo says, how much of the director code in Scum VM looks like a gigantic switch case if-else block? Not all of it. Like, there's definitely a lot of it, in, Lingo. Like, if we go to, like, Lingo the.cpp, like, which basically just kind of, like, handles, like, the namespace, you know, like, the mappings for, like, all of the various entities that are available, like, you know, mouse H, etc. Like, that's a giant switch statement because we're you know, we are switching on an ID to get a result. But I'd say that most of the yeah, like, things are less of a giant switch statement and more just kind of like a big set of nuanced edge cases, like the event code, for instance. Like, we can see here that, like, in order to resolve a script event, which has, like, 6 possible, inheritance stop-offs, we have to, like, do, like, a very complicated set of checks for each one. And then, you know, a different reverse map depending on whether it was, like, a mouse handler versus a keyboard handler and stuff like that. Game Dev says it's easy to export layers to files with Ace Sprite. That was the one. That was the one I've seen people like talking about. So while it may be a little late for this project, maybe future things I might consider using this. Yeah, okay. Oh, Kinnico says LibreSprite is the fork of ASprite before ASprite went commercial license. Okay, I mean, I don't mind paying for... I don't mind paying for commercial software if it is, you know, if it is reasonably priced. It's, and I guess, you know, if it's helping the small dev as well, like, nothing... I have no trouble doing that. Like, I paid for this. Okay, now I just gotta find the one layer that I've still left switched on. Not staying close up. Just move the window out of the way so I can see better. It'd be near the books, I think. Oh crap, I should also hit save, because I don't think I've hit save yet on either of these. Yes, okay, there we go. Alright, now I can turn on the repair layer. Copilot. Originals bridge. Seed Copilot. Yes, I'm gonna place that. Turn off this. And we turn on panel repair. Export image files. Then we do the repair. While we're here, we might as well sort out reactor as well. Okay, there are less layers in this image, so I'm less antsy about there being problems. Okay, now did... Originals reactor. Okay, fill it up PNG. I see, okay, I must have edited it after the fact to have that that piece of guardrail in there. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, react. Filler 2. little bit of a Photoshop. Grab this, zoom in here. Oh, please, come on. Okay. There we go. Alright, pull it up here. Let's go. Okay, that's done. We turn this off. We turn the filler pipe off. Okay, export. Ooh, Game Dev Jeff has attached a lure to export layers. Thank you very much. I will definitely check that out. Because, yeah, like the... Yeah, because yeah, the thing with this engine, like, I'm trying to kind of pitch compared to, say, like, AGS and other kind of development tools, is that there isn't really a graphical IDE which allows you to lay these things out. Instead, the recommended way is just to export your scene as layers. So like I'm doing here, I'm not just exporting this on its own, I'm exporting it as part of like the greater scene layer. And then I have this other script which will compress it, you know, it'll like kind of crop it down to the boundaries and give you the give you the code that you need to put into Lua. And that's kind of been the the cheap and nasty way of doing this. So if you go roomconvert.py and then Nora Ash originals React. Nora Ash assets React. Okay. And that's converted, yeah, you can see it's kind of cropped it down to the right spot, and it has given us the right coordinates for where it needs to be in the room, and also sets the origin to the bottom center of the image, which is generally where you want it to be for walking and stuff to work properly. So I'll add those two. Add these into our game script before I forget. They're not going to be collision objects. We're just going to pipe React pipeplas bg React pipe tape bg React pipeplas.bg visible is false. Oh, GameDev just says you could also send bitmap data from layers to a WebSocket since you can access per layer pixel values of Lua too. Okay, so it sounds like Aseprite is quite user scriptable, which is always dangerous in a good way. So slightly regretting just picking the first pixel editor that I found, but you know, okay, I'm giving Lightcube a lot of stick, but it's like, it did kind of get me over the initial hurdle of like really disliking the GNU image manipulation program as a pixel editor. It just felt not nice. Whereas this is clearly like, for the most part, designed for drawing stuff pixels. It's not a kind of distant second or third place consideration. Okay, so we're going to add these two objects to the scene. They're not going to be visible by default. I will enable them later with some scripting. Oh, what the hell, we can, okay, but we've got the engine up, so I can now go into the room, walk over to the pipe, so we can see how it looks, and then we'll just test it out. We'll just go visible, true. Ooh, what happened there? Oh, okay, I didn't set the Z value. Okay, that's probably why. So every object in the room has a Z index. Okay, leak is currently at -3, which then means I have to draw this at -2, because -2 is in front of -3. Okay. Interesting. Why, oh wait, no, I'm not using the right build of the game. Am I? There's no... Okay, no, this is the live copy of the game. I was wondering if it was kind of slower because I was using the one which isn't... like the one which is cached, which could be a problem. Oh, okay, there we go. It appeared here. It could be that because these are new files added to the file system, it had no concept of what we call it. DOSBox didn't know that they were there. That is certainly an issue with DOSBox's file system mapping sometimes. But it should know about both the images now. So if I were to make that true, and then we do push Control R to reload. There we go, we got the tape. There is some unfortunate palette glitching due to... that's a timing bug, I think. I think it's down to... the palette reset command being called before we do a draw, when in fact we should do it just before we're about to flip the page. So maybe I should look into deferring that so it doesn't, so we don't get that weird kind of palette glitch thing. But that looks alright, I think, for those two images. False. Ooh. I think VisFS is adding like a little bit of, definitely a little bit more delay to hot reloading than there used to be, but that makes sense because, you know, it's abstracting a lot more stuff. Okay. Oh, I did it for those 2 layers, but I didn't do it for the remaining one, did I? Let's sort that out, and then I might take a quick break. Okay. Scripts. Room convert. Originals. Bridge. Okay, wire rep was one of them. Seat Copilot. Okay, that's... So now... If I walk over here to this side of the screen... There we go. Got a little piece of tape on the seat. And how does it... Oh yeah, I forgot to check. How does that look in cool graphics mode? Okay, yeah. Still recognizable in EGA. And CGA? Well, yeah. Good enough. Because, I mean, like, if we compare the palette for the tape, it's a bit... Yeah. That matches what the tape looks like. I'm calling that accurate. And if we go back into, like, the reactor room... Oh, Game Dev just says, Control F4 rescans, clears the file system cache in DOSBox. Huh. Gonna try not to think about how many times I've had to restart DOSBox not knowing that. But let's see what the tape looks like in CGA. Where did... Here we go. True. Yeah, alright. That's recognizable. Nice. Okay, and then the other one? Oh, I didn't even think of looking at... Oh, yeah, I didn't refresh that, did I? That could be... Wait, didn't I? Okay, I updated filler original, I didn't update the target one there, okay. Scripts, room convert, originals, react, pillow.png to assets, react. Okay, there we go, got a blob of tape, looks great in EGA. Looks even slightly less distinct in CGA, but you know what? Looks good enough. And then the other bit I wanted to check was what happens... How does the cling film by itself look? You can't really make it out. I guess because we picked a color which translates to like blue and gray. Oh, I crashed it. Wait, how did I crash it? Oh, because, yeah, oh, I tried to assign... This is wrong, so I was assigning to nil, but at the same time, like, that shouldn't have crashed it. That should have... I thought that code was running in, like, a protected execution context. Like, that shouldn't have crashed it. Okay, okay. So I gotta fix REPL process line to actually run it in a protected context. Yeah, okay, so it literally just throws to exit. I think that was because that was before I learnt the proper way in Lua to, like, do a protected call. Because, yeah, like, all these other ones here, we have, what's it called? We run into these kind of exception handler type things. So if an error gets thrown, it will basically throw one of these whoops. Oh, sorry, no, it'll call the whoops handler, which then gives you kind of like the trace back, but it'll keep chugging along. It won't, you don't have to quit the entire game. And nothing that you type in the REPL should be grounds for like quitting the entire game. It should just chug on after that. Okay, well, we're at the 3-hour mark. I need to go stretch my extremities and grab a fresh cup of tea. So I may just do that. And then when we get back, I think we'll look a little bit into what it takes to get like screen shake and such working, because that is, yeah, without giving too much away, there are a couple of like bits of the game which I think will kind of look, it'll either mean I have to do more work or the bit of the game will look cheaper than it needs to look. So I want to get it working. I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. Until then, go have a rest. Alright, that's enough. Okay, we're back. So, tonight's coding challenge is going to be how do we add in screen shake? Not just screen shake, but just object shake in general. And I was looking through this particular camera shake library for Unity for ideas, because there is apparently a method where you can use Perler noise to sample points on a like a circle, and then use that to kind of oscillate back and forth. And that, yeah, like that does sound appealing. Like ideally what I want is some way of being able to say, okay, just shake around this radius and then like have some other kind of mechanism for like adjusting the intensity over time. Like this code here, I think, offers like some kind of ASDR envelope for doing that. So attack, decay, sustain, release. I was thinking more just along the lines of having just like an ease in and ease out type deal, but that doesn't matter. Like the easing isn't the bit I'm worried about. It is more just about how do we, the actual algorithm for how do we shake things around. Also, ideally I'd like at least two modes. One where we can say shake around a circle, but then also the ability to say I just want to have like say like, you know, oscillation in the vertical direction, because that's, I mean, we may not need it, but that's kind of like a more traditional way of doing screen shake in a game. So I figured that that would be kind of nice to have. All right, let's turn the music back on. Okay, there's a blog entry for this. Okay. Yeah, like this. This is what we want. Oh my god, okay, and this is already... Yeah, because my issue with this is that it's all object-oriented and it's very difficult to kind of unthread back into its component parts. Whereas with this, how do they do it? Camera shake is much more violent and harsh than the cosine wave. So I figured it could be modeled with randomized amplitudes at a fixed frequency. Smooth interpolation seem like overkill, so like linear interpolation. Okay, so this is just using random to figure that out. Inside the amplitude function, we're doing linear interpolation. Then we can use the linear equation to find the current y. Yeah, okay, so it's just using random for that, but we can apparently do better by using Perler noise. In my research for this article, I found lots of post lines saying that randomized numbers couldn't produce an effective screenshot. Perler noise is the only way to make it seem natural. Well, I love Perler noise, but I don't really see the need for it here. Okay, well, we want this to work both for screen shake and for small scale shaking of objects on the screen. So we'll keep this in mind. applying Perlin noise to the camera's orientation gives you a decent... Here we go. I understand the risks. Oh, it's Ken Perlin's webpage. Oh, that just explains how to generate Perlin noise. Okay. Camera shakes might appear to be more complex than you might think. Fine, alright. I'm using a browser that's too old. Alright, so what about this keen looking JavaScript library? Oh, Kinnico says, what the hell, Discord isn't letting me DM you anymore. That's rude. Get your act together, Discord. Okay. Uses Perlin noise and exponential trauma for a more satisfying shake. Alright. I don't think... Let's check this one out. Maybe this will be easier to port. Okay, we've got this one here. Wow, okay, this is actually quite compact. Alright. Based on this GDC talk by Squirrel Iserloh. Works with any JSTS rendering enablement. Uses Perlin noise and exponential trauma for more satisfying shake around 700 bytes. Predictable screen shake. Okay, the random seed you can set. Okay. Turns an angle with the values to add to your camera. Okay. Adds to the camera's angle, which I don't think... Oh, right, that's for, like, tilting the camera, which we are not doing. Okay, but then this just uses... Okay, so we've already added in to the engine a C library hooker that generates simplex noise. So we can use that. Oh, Kinnico said, oh, I had to send the thing as a text file, even though it fits their stupid ass 2,000 character limit, but I sent you the nonsense that is the view shake function in Unreal 1. I'm sure this will be normal. I'm sure Tim Sweeney is you know, lauded as like, I don't know, an industry giant. I'm sure that like every piece of code that he wrote is perfectly fine. That's maybe it's kind of like it looks like that part of what makes it a little bit difficult to read is that roll is obviously like a 16-bit int rather than a float. But I don't know, like all these like magic numbers in here make it look like maybe they were just kind of like adding and tweaking stuff until something looked good on the screen, which is honestly not like the worst way of prototyping something. But yeah. Alright, so what's the simplex noise? Yeah, Kinnigal says, doesn't really follow any kind of algorithm, it's just pure RNG. What's the worst thing you can do with that? Okay, so we've got 2D, 3D, 4D. So it looked like it was passing a function to create noise 2D. Oh, okay, so it's using a C value. Okay, so we don't need to worry about that. But it creates a noise 2D object. Oh yeah, and then you just give. So it's 2D, but then you just pass in like time as one axis and then just 0 for the other. So you could absolutely get away with 1D lower noise, which I think we have. Let's have a go. Let's have a go at implementing this in Lua. Let's save this before I do anything else. Good. Here we go. Kinnigal says, just basically randomly switches between going left and right in the shape direction. Doesn't really follow any like kind of algorithm, pure RNG. And the rotator system in Unreal Engine 1 isn't 16-bit, it's all 32-bit 32-bit signed integers, but after a certain point, it does a full circle and continues onwards until it does a full circle again. Unreal Script has no concept of 16-bit values. You either have strings, 8-bit unsigned, or 32-bit signed values, and single precision floating point values. Yes. The float operator in Unreal Script is absolutely terrible to use after a certain point because it's not double. Oh yeah, okay, so you run into loss of precision errors pretty quickly, I imagine. Yeah, that's like the nightmare of like building any 3D game engine is that if from the start you don't engineer all of your maps to kind of work around the origin of the camera, then it becomes a big issue because like the stuff that's further away from the camera like slowly seeps into the floating point error zone and everything just kind of looks more and more progressively cooked. Okay. Right. So the render loop in this game, like our scene graph is all stored against like the room and yeah, so we set up our scene graph and everything, and then every frame we call this method PT render, or you know, the engine calls PT render, which will then iterate through every object in the scene graph in Z order and you know, do the necessary kind of translation. So if it's like in a group that's part of another group, it'll translate which X position that, you know, X and Y position that has to be. And at the very end, it will blit the image to the screen at the correct coordinates. So my initial feeling is that all we would need to do is modify PT iter objects, which is our de facto walk the scene graph and get the position function, and mod it to accept mod it in such a way that you're allowed to kind of add a displacement, and this displacement can be generated by a function. Because in this event loop here we have various things which... What am I looking for? Yeah, like we've got like update move object, which that's kind of what's responsible for like going through and adding a movement. Oh, sorry, yeah, like doing like tweening between two positions using like PT move object and PT move object relative. So if we had something like this, which was like update shake object, and then instead of adjusting the X and Y position, we updated like a displacement offset. Kineko says there's no floor or ceiling function in Unreal Engine's 1's Unreal Script. So imagine just like a lot of conditionals you gotta jam in there just to manage with that. Actually no, floor or ceiling... I don't think you can do that with conditionals, can you? I don't know, I'm sure there's some complicated workaround they figured out. Oh, there we go. You can typecast float to int in Unreal Script to sort of hackishly perform a floor on it. Okay, and then from that you can derive a seal. I'm sure. question is, do I want... Alright, I would like shaking to be managed in the same way that we currently deal with move objects, which is to say, by calling an API, which then expires after like a certain amount of time. So I think that we would have to... Kiniko says, you know what is more frustrating to deal with? The Darkstar engine has absolutely no concept of integer math whatsoever anywhere. Even if you work on variables that don't actually have something like 24.0 or whatever. Oh, so it's kind of like JavaScript then. I mean, sorry, I know that they kind of added in integers after, you know, ASM.js came out, and then it was like pointing out like, this is really annoying that you can't manually say that you want real integers as opposed to the 64-bit float type that JS normally uses for all numbers, but... I don't know, Lua is also kind of like a little bit, it's weird, because like technically Lua only has one number type, but in the back end it is very much an integer and a float type. That they've decided to, you know, be the same, you know, Lua-facing type, which is weird. Okay. Which means in Tribes 1, the higher your value, the more imprecise it gets, and if you get high enough, Darkstar automatically switches to freaking E notation. The engine will switch your value to E notation if it gets too large, as in like... As in like when you print it to the screen it'll be E notation, or like the value in memory will be like have an E in it and then have no idea how to do with it? Or is it like, I mean... The value in memory, yes. Oh great, okay. So at some point or another, they are doing like a float to string conversion, and they I'm guessing that the like they didn't do it properly. Okay, well. Okay, so then we go object. Amplitude. Kiniko says, okay, also rotations in that engine are expressed in radians, not degrees. Love radians, which is even more annoying if you never worked with Radians in your life, yeah, it's kind of
Please
rough.
fasten your seatbelts.
Oh, and thank you very much for the follow, Russ Junior 8. Hope you're having a good day. And then, then Kimikos continues. If you want your weapon's projectile to start from a custom position, you have to do trigonometry to define a completely different muzzle position. Oh god, yeah. No one likes Quaternions. Well, I can say that in this engine, like, facing direction is done in degrees, because otherwise, I want human beings to be able to at least remember, 0, 90, 180, 270. Like, that seems like a reasonable set of numbers to remember. Okay, so if we do all this, and then we create a shake rep list. Let's just, I'm just gonna hack up the class that I use for kind of for shaking. So amplitude. Kinika says, do you also need to clamp the shake so it doesn't end up moving the view camera beyond the extent of the scene? I mean, the plan would be eventually, like, if we attach it to the camera, it will move beyond the it will move beyond the extent of the scene, otherwise you can't, so kind of like it would be the opposite of clamping. Normally we clamp the camera so that it doesn't move, but for this exception, we should allow it to kind of move beyond the scene bounds. But we still got a little while before I have to worry about that. Okay, so let's not worry about the timing for this just yet. The timing's gonna be annoying. Alright, we still need start time, because start time is what's used to figure this thing out. So, start time. Now I'm kind of like wondering. We definitely don't want to update X and Y, because that will have... because we don't want that to compound. Do I just add another field like SX and SY? And then get the image... what's it called? The image iterator to figure that out. Let's try like that. Okay, and then that uses the timing function. Worry about adding timing later. So X displacement and Y displacement. And if we're using... Nah, get out of here. Okay, so we can create two 1D noise sources. Which I think I already added the API to the engine to get that. Yeah, here we go. Okay. PT simplex noise 1D. How do we get, how does this get seeded again? Seed? Rand? Okay, maybe just uses hashing. Well, alright, we can just use simplex noise 1D. Okay, and then we've got like max angle, max offset. Okay, max angle, max offset X, max offset Y, and then the duration, which I think is in seconds. Oh, but we can't. Okay, we can't use the same generator then. By default, suplex noise will use math random to seed the noise. You can pass on a PRNG to use your own seed value. How are we supposed to seed the noise then? Oh, the permutation table. Okay, so the permutation table gets built using random. Seems to be exactly the same for instances on all platforms, but we just keep it as static explicit data. This also removes the need for any initialization of this class. Use the repeatable pattern of 256 for 10 felons so that it is not a problem for graphic texture. Oh, I see. Okay, so they deliberately keep it simple so that it like remains in the cache. Okay, that's fine. In that case, we would then just have to just like add in a random offset. Pseudo-random float with uniform distribution from 0 to 1. Okay. Trinka says it's really amusing how a movie with a 0% rating on Rotten Tomatoes ends up getting a Game Boy Advance game that's extremely well praised by comparison. X vs. Sever. Where have I heard that name? Okay. Let's say we do this. And then it is literally just offset X purlin, offset Y purlin. Okay, so this returns a function that creates a function. Oh no, it returns an object which has like two functions in it. Which could then be previous screen shake, angle, offset. Okay, so it starts with this. Trauma reduction. Oh, okay. Current trauma is trauma reduction for update. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, so we use offset X and Y to do that, and then we have this shake. So it's this multiplied by shake, which is the square of the current trauma. Okay, maybe I should just pull this word for word. Then we've got like time times speed. The units in this are not super clear. we've got these functions here for creating X and Y Perlin noise. Let's not worry about trauma. Trauma is a stretch goal. We just want to have like the thing shaking. Okay, so we go. Okay, so we've got that. What's the default trauma? Current trauma starts with 0. Okay, and then we've got shape, which is current trauma to the power 2. Yeah, okay. So that seems to make sense. There's no trauma yet, but we have this function which will, it's a factory which takes in an amplitude and then outputs a function which converts time into x and y offsets. Circle. Okay, that should be good enough. That. Quickly check something. Ugh. Okay, good. Ooh, this is Lemmings. I know this. What an awesome level. Pinnacle says, I remember when Lemmings just had remixes of classical music. So at some point, or Yeah. My recollection is that originally it just contained, like, similar to other Amiga titles at the time, it just contained, like, a bunch of, like, ripped off music from, like it had the theme from Batman and the theme from the A-Team. But then, like, as soon as, like, the publisher noticed, they was like, yeah, you're gonna have to replace all of that. That's way too... And then that led to kind of the, you know, renditions of classical music. But at some point, the original music did leak out. Or one of the original development team, like, put it up on the internet, and it is honestly not as good. It's not as good as the original. Sorry, not as good as the music that they shipped with, in my view. Like, it would not have been the same game. Kinnikos says, remember all the Amiga games that ripped off HR Giga and Alien with their box art? Oh, like, is it Alien Breed by Team 17?
Film, you never, you know, and sort of TV, you'll never find yourself doing that. You normally...
There's a reflection of the chair. Oh, I don't want to sit on the watch. These shrubs are well groomed.
Okay. No, can't lose momentum now. Come on, gotta keep making...
This urn is empty.
Yeah, okay, so we wanted that. Okay, that's now been modded to accept screen shake. Kinnika says, you ever seen the cursed Chinese Famicom version bootleg of Darkseid? I did not know such a thing exists. Okay. Alright. I'm not sure if we'll be able to play it in this crappy emulator, but... we can try. Okay. Oh my word, they really did actually try and make a Famicom version of Darkseid. That's wild. Okay, it's not properly grabbing my input, but that's yeah. Color me surprised. Kinnika says, also yes, this is the only song in the entire game. This is the only audio for the entire game. If I recall correctly, Darkseid... it had a few music tracks, but like it was mostly the same one. The same kind of atonal one that played whenever you walked around the house that I remember.
Puis Fusé Chanot contre Chez 1961. Not my cup of tea.
Oh, it's also a song from the Chinese Famicom bootleg of Pokemon Gold. Yeah, like all of these bootlegs were kind of nicking music especially. That seemed to be the thing. Equals03 says, prepare yourself for the inevitable, hang on.
These nightmares have given me a mean headache. That sure was some nightmare. It even left me with a monster headache. Beating on the metal would aggravate my headache. I don't think I can stand this headache much longer.
Yeah, old Mike loves complaining about his headache. So really, yeah, that's like the main objective of the game, is to fix Mike's headache. Okay, well we've modeled all this, so that it now includes this shake offset. I just needed to add in this. Okay, so that should be enough to start experimenting with. So basically, if I should be able to like provide an object, an amplitude, and a length of time, and then it will just shake the object on the screen for that length of time, assuming that I did everything correctly. This Xbox open. Should probably add in. Oh, actually, we can use the hot loader to add it in. That's fine. So my thinking is that we should be able to shake this crest terrarium as a test. I just need to add in a little bit of code at the right spot. A little bit of test code, if you will. So if we open up the cabin scripts, we can see, okay, cabin crest BG is the object which has the crest terrarium picture attached to it. So if we go into the on-room load function, like this is the code that always gets called whenever the game switches into this room. So if we go PT shake object, and then we say we want to shake cabin crest.bg. We want an amplitude of 3, because that doesn't seem too extreme. Okay, and then we want a duration, so we'll say 5,000 milliseconds. Okay, well, Chris Terrarium doesn't seem like it's moving that much. So, where did the depot? Hang on. Now, I'll need you in it for a little bit, but did we get a crash for not knowing what that was? Okay, we didn't. So let's. Yeah, Kennehouse did crash. Okay, so if we go F, F, Look at it! Look at it! Look at it's working! Oh, yes. Alright, great. I don't know what to change, but... Oh, I didn't even use the right logging function, but... You saw that, right? You saw that, You saw that terrarium just going apeshit. Oh, hang on, we don't want print, we want... Let's look at that again. There we go. So the output noise is interesting. What am I currently feeding in? I'm currently feeding in the time in milliseconds. And if I were to feed in AT, which is not in milliseconds, I wonder what effect that will have. Okay. That's much more demure when you feed it in like between 0 and 1. That's pretty good. I wonder what happens if I apply that to like the screen, like the camera for the room, because the camera for the room will be interesting. Because if we look for the code for like so we have like import state and like PT render. So PT render gets the stuff. Okay, room to screen. Right, okay, it uses room to screen to get like what the current screen projection is. And I'm pretty sure room to screen, yeah, like that's what kind of caps it to be within the bounding box of the room, I think. Actually, maybe no, maybe something else is what caps it to be the bounding box of the room. What have we got? Width of the room in pixels, height of the room in pixels, X coordinate camera and room space. Yeah. X coordinate the camera offset and screen space. Oh, okay. This is the code here which constrains the camera to the room bounds. And like, okay, and this would be the... Okay, but that only like constrains X and Y. That doesn't have to constrain SX and SY, which is going to be our shake offset. And I think, yeah, we use room to screen against room X and room Y to figure that out. So if we make a couple of mods, we go local room X, room Y equals room X, room Y.
Top and wrapped with the fat netting, how will that be finished?
Okay, and then rebuild that. And now all we need to do is do PT shake object. Cabin. 3 pixels, and we'll say for 10 whole seconds. Okay, sorry if anyone is gonna get... I mean, this may cause motion sickness. We'll see. Oh no, we just had an error. Attempted to index a nil value in update shake object. Fine, okay. Where did I cock that up? Oh, okay. I didn't use the right reference. It's not called cabin, it's called something else. Cabin room. Okay, fine. Yes! Ho 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 ho, I love this. Okay. There are certain things which are attached to the room rather than the global layer, which is kind of funny, but... Oh man, let's see that again. That is pretty good. That's pretty good for what, 80 minutes work. The intensity seems to be very different depending on what the random seed is, which I find interesting. Like this time, like that time, I guess being Perlin, it can be like anywhere within like the extrema. It doesn't have to be like always like towards the edges, but beautiful. Okay. So now that we have that.
The swap meet had been closed for about a month since the earthquake, and there were still aftershocks going on, but it...
There were still aftershocks going on. Alright, so our... What are we... shaped objects. So currently we just have an amplitude, a duration, and then like whether or not to do it while the game is paused. And we're just using simplex noise to... Honestly, I'm just kind of surprised that this... What's it called? I guess like because the simplex noise 1D function is guaranteed to return... Is it between like -1 and 1? That like even if you kind of add it as a... Because like it looks like we're kind of integrating it over every time step according to this algorithm here. Because it's just like offsetting the previous one, but I don't... But like we're not doing anything to kind of like keep it within the range of 3 pixels, which I find strange. Oh wait, no, sorry. Okay, maybe I'm misreading. Maybe I'm misreading this. Like, it looks like X and Y are limited to be... You know, the maximum you can go in any one step is the amplitude. That's not actually... It's not actually guaranteed to be bound to that. Which I guess would explain why, like, sometimes it looks fairly low-key, but then it just, other times it just goes a little bit extra nuts. screen doesn't seem to be drifting. I just don't get why it's not drifting. It's like, yeah, if we position this corner of the mouse over the restaurant corner. Definitely seems to be biased more towards going to the up and to the right. Oh, sorry, the up and to the left. Because like when you look at the edge, it's always the left-hand side that appears to be off the screen. Well, not always, like occasionally you get like a little bit of here and there, but... Yeah, that's very... Okay, and then we've got like SX and SY. The things being printed out. I mean, just looking at it, it looks basically like there were, you know, I mean, okay, there are a couple of places where it went slightly over. Like here we've got like 4. When the amplitude was 3. I guess the continuous nature of the Perlin noise kind of drags it back on track after a little while. Oh, music louder than mic again. Okay. That could also just be me not speaking too loud. Yeah, I'll admit I don't quite know why it is appearing to center around the origin, because nothing in the code suggests that it has to do that. But I guess it's just some property of the Perlin noise, which just works. Which, okay. That's fine, I can live with that. Okay, so a very basic shake ref function here has, well, it's just got amplitude. I mean, like, there's... Alright, I'm I'm gonna change this from shake function to simplex shake. Because the idea could be that you could add in any function here, which changes the displacement x and y. Similar to how with move ref you can give any kind of timing object that you want. I guess there was kind of like the answer, the question like, how do we increase, or how do we like pass through the notion that the amplitude could change over time? Oh, actually, one other thing I just realized. If you made the room shake again. So normally, like, there's a pixel accurate kind of collision detection that happens whenever you overlap the mouse over an object. But if we do a script, so like, here we go, mouse is like right on the corner of the rug. Oops, hang on, refresh the web browser. Okay, mouse is right on the corner of the rug, and then if I hit Control R, so I think screen to room I did not change to support what's it called? I didn't add a shim from screen to room in order to include the screen shake offset, and given that the main thing screen to room is used for is for like determining mouse over stuff, maybe I should just leave it so that, because it does feel, because yeah, like the collision detection doesn't feel affected by the screen shake then. Oh my god, okay, I keep hitting Control R and that's getting picked up by Firefox, because I am very smart. Oh yeah, we needed to see how well the screen shake performs in DOS. That I haven't got around to engine. Should be fine. It's not doing that many floating point calculations, and we've got the C library that's actually doing the simplex bit. That's pretty good. Now we can set this up so that the machine vibrates whenever you try and make some coffee. Actually, how does vibration look in EGA? And I want to fix that that palette glitching bug, because that's new. That's because I added in extra code to the scripting engine, which has set everything. Yeah, here we go. So, during a reset, we call palette init. Which triggers something at the driver, when in fact we should not be doing that. We should be deferring that change to later. Yeah, okay. So we set, the first 16 colors. We set the remaining colors to nothing. And then we set the palette revision to 0. And like, all of that should be fine. Natalie says that's a strong stereo separation. Do you mean for like the chiptune music? I've only been listening with one headphone, so I couldn't tell you. Oh, Mamu says, on the drums and the music. This is from the Sharp X68000, which uses... I can't remember which Yamaha chip. It's like not the 2612 or the 3 3812. But if it's anything like those chips, you don't get much in the option of the way of panning. It's either like both channels, left channel, or right channel. That's it. So hard panning is the order of the day for those channels. And if it's if it's like the PCM, I'm not even sure you get panning. Alright. Flip. Is it this? Is it set palette remapper? Is that what I'm screwing up? No, I'm setting these two. That should be fine, but it should only be an issue when the actual palette gets reset. Like the set palette remapper. Okay, there's like map color. Yeah, okay. So the issue is caused by us calling VGA update palette slot. Or oh no, VGA load palette color, I think. Which is only called by that. The only place update palette slot is called from is the color driver inside map color when it doesn't. Okay, when it doesn't know one. So really, we need to change. Yeah, we need to change the rendering cycle so that instead of calling update palette slot here, which could be like any time during the scripting engine basically, it only happens just before we render. Like we have a similar kind of trick here for like whenever we set the overscan color, we don't actually do it, we just put in a little buffer and tell it to come back later. So I think what instead we'll do is we'll go so instead of calling VGA load palette color, we would add a new flag called VGA palette update equals true. And then grab this. Yeah, and then that happens pretty much like the instant we've finished V-blanking. So we've flipped, you know, we've drawn the screen before this, we've flipped the page, we've done the V-blank, and then immediately after that is when we sort out the overscan color and the palette update color. Let's see if that's enough to fix it. Ooh, I saw a little bit of a glitch before we started. Maybe just be before we flip the page. Okay. Sorry about the shaking. Okay. So let's go out into the hall, which has a different palette. And then we refresh the game. Okay. No visible palette glitch. And we save the game in here. Then we'll go out here, change the palette to be CGA. Then we load this game. Okay, overscan color still seems to be set to the CGA one, which is interesting. But I think that's more of a glitch with my like palette switching code than the palette. Okay, but hang on, like if I quit the game, come on, stop, quit the title. There's like a one frame ugliness that I could remember seeing. Okay. It's not doing it now. Yeah, you saw that. It was like bright green for one frame. That won't do. Okay. Start of the vertical blanking is full. What if we move both of these in between here? Still have that overscan left over, but that's not an issue. Okay. And then the title. Ooh, a little bit of green. Okay, so we didn't truly fix it. But it only appears to be like the very first frame. So I'm thinking that like if we move this back to where it was, and then on pretty much like the first ever iteration of the engine, we just do an overscan and a palette update. Because, yeah, I don't... Yeah, it must be that, right? Actually, how does that look in like the non-DOS version of the engine? Just in case I'm not painting myself in a corner here. It should be instantaneous because there's no screen tearing possible in SDL. Frame is either rendered or it isn't. Okay, but we do have the overscan troubles. Okay, and yeah, it's definitely cached that. Okay, so... I think that might sort it out. Go into here, switch to CGA, then load the save game. Yeah, okay. that works as expected. Okay, there's like this gap on the left-hand side of the screen as well. Maybe it's just a bad hunch that suggests that it's kind of more centered to the left. Okay, get rid of that. We'll just do this cheapy thing. Alright, does that fix the palette glitching? Oh, I saw a tiny bit of green. How about if I run this, then turn the cycles down to 1%? Nice and slow. Alright, that time, it's only done nothing. 40%. Maybe it's like a factor of like how fast it's going. Yeah, you saw that. maybe it has to be before we do like our first copy of the frame buffer to memory. Yep, that seems pretty instantaneous to my jaundiced eye. Commit both those things. Alright. I'm not sure I'm not sure if this is like the API that I want to set in stone. I'll have to like come back to it and have a little think about how to what to do there, because I want to make it similar to move object, which allows you to specify the type of movement, not necessarily just the one type of simplex shake. Okay, so while we're on other annoyances that I need to fix with the engine. Oh my god, I don't know. Alright, this needs to be part of the mouse over system, and yet it currently is not, which is a problem. Keko says, do you also want to make a feature to rotate things, or would that be too complicated to implement that kind of matrix multiplication math nonsense? Yeah, at the moment the Blitter API does not have either a rotate or a scaling feature. It's just blitting 1-for-1. So I'm not sure if like, yeah, I don't know. There are too many kind of issues with that, with DOS. I mean, yeah, not impossible, but not a priority. Like, I think that, like, also, I don't like the idea of adding rotation to, well, the screen shake especially. That just looks like, that just feels like it would be kind of, like, nauseous as well as juddery, but anyway. Okay, so why is this not showing up as a hotspot? Alright, so in the bridge, it would have been... Okay, it opens that modal, cough panel. Right, and cough panel has like all these things in it, including the strength knob and the body of the espresso machine. And yet, they are not being picked up by the collision detection routine. Right, and then... Okay, and this gets added as like a panel. And then the panel gets added to the global namespace. Alright. So those should, I mean, those should all count as collision hotspots though. So what do? We rearrange through all the stuff that's in the global render list in reverse order. And I added that in as an object to the panel. Yeah, but this supports PT panel. Alright, well that, I mean... Name. God, okay, I think I forgot. You gotta specify both. Oh no, I'm specifying name and a hotspot ID and the collision flag. So there is little to no reason why that should not be working, except if the mouse over thing is just not picking up on it. Oh yeah, I might as well check, like, screen to room. Screen to room. Yeah, the only thing that screen to room is used for is the initial position of, like, where the speech bubble is. And... mouse coordinate detection. Okay, well we need... a little bit of Outrun soundtrack. Oh, and instead of using the strength knob, I should use the actual machine because it's bigger. Espresso machine. Okay, yep. So, nothing. No, it must be visible, otherwise we wouldn't be able to see it. PT Global render this true. Like, because we're seeing it, that must mean that, like, the render function is fine. Oh, okay, so here we use the panel list. Okay, okay, we're iterating in reverse, but that's not the end of the world. Okay, so there's a PT panel. And there's that criteria. It should just be checking all the objects. Yeah, objects is just a dict. Yeah, okay, it gets added to the global namespace. By default, it's not visible. But when it does become visible, yeah, it does that, which should... Maybe just give us everything in the global list. It's going to create a lot of log spam, but I don't care. Yeah, okay, so update knob, update thing does see the two objects. It just checks for collision. Yes, okay, well let's strength knob. Let's go for strength knob. The strength knob has definitely got the attribute set. Yeah, strength knob, hotspot ID, collision equals true. look at the machine. And like this offset looks alright. 167, roughly in the middle, yep. 84, also roughly in the middle. So why is it not flagging that as a mouse over object? Oh, is it because frame doesn't work? No, it must, because like it should work. Come on. We're so close. Frame.collision mask. I don't think that's something that needs to be set by default, but yeah, okay, so it's got a PT image with collision mask equals true. Here. Okay, no flags are set. Interesting. Okay, so like moving my mouse anywhere inside here doesn't trigger a mouse over update. But 1 pixel outside does. It's almost as if like when my mouse is in here, it just doesn't even bother doing that, which I think might be the issue. Like we're not calling update mouse over at all at the right time. That can't be right, because we have this. So we can see that during the GUI code, we do not call the mouse over checker. As soon as we enter into the game proper, we do. I don't know, mouse over... Okay, mouse over time is being called when I move my mouse in here, but we get very... We don't, for some reason, get the strength like any of the things inside here, which is wild. Because, yeah, we're not grabbing input by moving the mouse over there. That seems to be, like, the only major difference. Okay, inspect. I'm gonna regret this because there is way too much stuff in there, but I honestly don't get what's going on. I don't know why. Most of the time it works, but then the rest, you know, most of the time it works, except when I am hovering over the coffee machine. Like that doesn't kind of gel with my understanding of anything. Okay, now we've got loads of log spam. Oh, crap. Okay, so if we look at, so mouse over time has got that, mouse over time has got that. Yeah, it's got the panel, which then has the objects in it, including Espresso Close-Up, which has collision mask equals true. Ah, but there is also... But on these ones, it includes the game menu. I mean, like, it should include the game menu on all of them. Was it including the game menu on... Yes, it was. Okay. No, I just misread it. It was always including the game menu. Which scans... Yeah, like nothing about this seems to exclude that. As soon as the mouse goes into that territory, it just stops registering. Okay, now I'll only print the enormous list if, for whatever reason, we don't encounter the strength knob during the scan. Okay. So going to this room... Huh? Oh my god, like all the rest of the time was going no strength knob. Yeah. Oh, okay, hang on. What is the deal with these? How is it possible for it to... call this... Is it bailing out here? Does moving my mouse over the screen somehow... Okay. I mean, like, there's no other way that it could have bailed out without printing something. Oh, I should print out what it is. Actually, no, that's fine. Okay. Loads of mouse over time messages. Then we go to here, and it's like, oh my god, how is it doing that? That is very frustrating. Unless maybe the logs are desynced? No, the logs can't be desynced. Is it that maybe it's crashing and then it's just eating the error? It's kind of near to the end, like it is possible for it to die and then just eat the error. Though I would have thought that PT minutes. No, because we have a crash handler for if there's an error. Okay, let's put an end cap on. Yeah, it's just getting eaten. That's not good at all. In that case, I want to run script events. so we push all that. And then it just comes back like that. Okay, get top. Yeah, and there's only one thing, so it must be... So it's not throwing an exception. It must be bailing out in some semi-legitimate way. Ah, because... okay. There's a return statement there. Must be doing it that way. So something else earlier in the food chain must be intercepting it? Okay. Get out of the shaky room. Okay. Okay, now so I'm guessing the panel? Because it looks like the border of the panel seems to be doing it. Might actually be a bug in the logic which goes backwards through the list of objects, because if the panel is first always, despite having children, I would have thought that it would have done like, okay. What have we got here? Yeah, okay, so it's the panel that's getting intercepted. So the panel should not have collision equals true. But if we go back to iter objects, and we have the reverse. Jesus, okay, it's been going for like 10 minutes. Yeah, okay. So you see here that we've got... Okay, so the reverse order iterator here in iter objects doesn't take into account that, like, when you go backwards, the children should be first, then the main object. Whereas here we basically just set this group and then return... you know, we return the main object first, which is not correct. Don't know how to fix that easily. Probably gonna have to think about it a bit, but we'll just have to say... fix me in reverse mode. We should show the objects, show child objects before yield child objects before the parent. Okay, but oh, even then though, that's probably not correct. Yeah, that wouldn't be correct because we were I'll have to actually no, I think it might work, but I'll have to think about it. But for now, I think that should re-enable, or should enable being able to like click on the modal. Okay, and then in here, yes, we can change the, here we go. Oh, and I've got to figure out how to like show the text box in a way that isn't obscured by the modal. But I think I might wrap it up there for tonight. We got a lot done. We drew some sprites, we added screen shake, or just object shake to the engine, and we got the modal mostly working, which all in all, that's pretty good for 6 hours work. So might as well end on a high and call it there. Who is doing stuff on Twitch? Who is online? We've got don't care about that. I'm struggling to use the interface at this point. Are there any other streamers in the December lot? Oh, just Medic Finland. Okay. Well, let's. Oh no, Mac is online. Okay, let's raid Mac. I've done that for a while. All right, I will be probably back Thursday to do more director stuff. With hopefully more success than last time, which was an Omnishambles. But, yeah, thanks so much for tuning in. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I will see you later. Goodbye!